We'll kick off the second day of our market lamb show with our lightweight medium wools. There are 31 entries in this class that range in weight from 100 to 118 pounds. Nine of these entries will make the premium sale. Exhibitors, if you are fortunate enough to make the premium sale today, please keep and read the lamb auction informational flyer that you will be given along with your ribbon. Again, please keep and read that informational flyer. It's got information that's going to be critical to ensuring that you are at the appropriate place at the appropriate time, etc. So please keep that in mind. Good job to these kids. We appreciate their effort.
As we move into day 2 of our lamb show, we want to introduce our lamb judge today, Dr. Scott Shockey from Westmoreland, Kansas. Dr. Shockey is here today with his wife, Candy. They have 2 sons, Shane and Shiloh. He received his bachelor's from Kansas State University, his master's from Clemson, and his PhD from University of Kentucky. Dr. Shockey enjoys working with livestock, loves going around the world judging livestock shows. He has judged in over 40 states and national shows, including Mexico, South America, and Canada. He has also coached the Kansas State judging team for 22 years and won 5 consecutive national titles. Dr. Shockey enjoys meeting people, working with kids, connecting with old and new friends. Folks, let's give our judge a big round of applause.
Kids made it a long ways in a challenging, tough class. Let's give them a hand as they exit, please.
All right. Well, it might be Christmas before we get done. This is, holy lordy. Get the first class of the day and the wolves come at you, come a-barking, so really good. You know, we pulled, I think Watts said we had 9 just right off the bat on the walk, and again, we pulled most of these very quickly here, and I'm just going to tell you, you got a cowboy out here in the middle of the sheep ring. You keep showing. You don't quit. I'm not seasoned enough to come in here and just identify one just right off the bat all the time that is going to be the one that's going to win this deal. So keep your guard up, keep showing hard, because we're going to end up getting the kind of sheep I like, but it's just apparently going to take us a little longer today than we might anticipate. So outstanding class, and I think when it really comes down to the chips are laying on the table, this one on the top end, he just does the most things the best. He is a good sheep, and what he does, he takes the two things, or the things that I like in the next two sheep, into the total package. I think this young lady's got one that, again, when he came parading in the ring, I liked him right off the bat for his design. He's very athletic. He's true at the ground. He's one that, again, he's not exceptionally base wide, but his skeleton underneath matches his skeleton up high. He's flexible, his length of hip. We talked all these things yesterday, and we're going to keep talking them today. I think he has the right kind of skeletal makeup that suits me, and still just a good-looking rascal. He's heads up, he's alert, he's got the right kind of attitude out here. As we as we kind of study this guy, excuse me, shouldn't chew gum and talk at the same time. As we study this guy up to his chest and in his top, there's more real sheep, I think, here than what we work with here in second. So, yeah, nice place to get us started, and certainly one that's really pretty complete. Give me a sip of water. Maybe Christmas 2025, huh? Sorry about that. I'll get rid of my gum. I used to tell them kids on the judging team, if you ever come in my reasons room chewing gum and trying to give me a set of reasons, you're off the team. So here I am. All right, so young lady, you got a good sheep, and thanks for getting us off to a great start out here. And then I think, again, we can argue back and forth here for second. Like so many times yesterday, I said there's just a certain kind of sheep I like, and that's what I have here in second. His elevation, his length of body, his underline. I really like this sheep. He's a little tighter in his forerib, and the way he comes back into his flank. Again, the image he projects from the side, I think, is what I like to tie into. He's one that I think has a nice, fresh top in him. He handles good. He's very smooth in the way his muscles tied in the upper part of his skeleton. Again, he's probably just a nickel narrow at the base, and especially as we watch him at the surface, he doesn't sit down quite as square in his foot as a sheep that we're going to end up winning this class with. But I think, again, if we try to keep, and we don't always have the ability to do that in every class, but if we try to keep some alikes together, especially for me in a design standpoint, I thought he more correctly fit the sheep that we have winning the class. Earlier we went through, and we're going to kind of do things a little differently today because we pulled 9 or 10 right off the bat, and I didn't get a chance to handle them. So we're going to prop them in here side by side. And we went and we pulled these next 3 sheep, big creased up tops, very expressive sheep. They got a good touch to them. The sheep that ends up here in third, he's just a really, really wide skeleton, really bold-made sheep. It becomes a little bit of a detriment to me because as we go to the ground on him, we get in behind him, to me, he gets just a nickel base wide for me. He just kind of has a tendency of throwing him out at the surface a bit more. We get him out here, and he's got a ginormous rib cage, but also as we kind of work back into his flank and you kind of study this sheep and his lower leg, again, I think to balance him out right, we need to lengthen his hip up. We need to give him a bit more twist and stifle down low. And I think if we could just kind of tidy him up a little bit more in the lower third of his body, it gives me then the same image that we have up here in the first 2 sheep in this class. The next 2, again, just big, massive tops. You can see from the outside here, the racks sticking up on these old rascals are really creased up in their top. Again, if you like that big, hard, aggressive muscle in them, these 2 sheep you probably like better. For me, it becomes just a little tough to look at from the side because he is so rough down his spine. One that I think in the standpoint of fourth here, and I compare him to fifth, I think the design of his stifle, the cap of his hock, and you can especially see here our sheep that we have here standing in fifth. He wants to kind of get a little too steep and lock up on his hind leg. I think just the construction of his skeleton is better in the rear third of what we have here in fourth and what we end up in fifth. But both of these sheep here are just super raw, big square backed, heavy muscled, high cut ability, blah, blah, blah. You can talk all day. And so again, from the standpoint of touch, they're pretty tough to not like out here in the top 5. And again, sweetheart, your sheep, again, you've fed him right. He's dialed in from a compositional standpoint. Again, his skeleton concerns me a little bit, and especially now as we're kind of getting him a little too locked up on his hind leg, but that's the biggest issue I have with him. So as we work into the next 4 good sheep, the young man needs a little bit more power in his sheep. The blue sheep, just a little smaller in his kind out here. The white-hided lamb, he's one that's really good from his forerib back. He's a little mature skeleton up in his head and his neck for me. And then the sheep that kind of winds out, our stale lambs out here, again, just a little round in his design. Great start, going to be a great day. Let's give them all a good hand here for Class 1 of the morning.
Going to give credit to both Watt and Jackson on that one. T. Swift, sorry, buddy. Your second class of medium wools is coming in the ring now. Class number 28. 35 entries in class that range in weight from 119 to 126 pounds. Your results from the previous class. Placing ninth, Roy Stewart, representing Lampasas FFA. In eighth, Vanessa Kahn from Tomball FFA. Seventh, Abigail Owen, representing Guadalupe County 4-H. In sixth, Kinley Vaughn from Petersburg FFA. In fifth, Kendall Harris from Deer Park FFA. Fourth, Kaylee Anderson, representing Tarkington FFA. Third, Oakley Goodner, representing Wise County 4-H. Second, Leo Eilers, representing Gillespie County 4-H. And your class winner, Grayson Williams from McCullough County 4-H. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from the previous class. In sixth place, Kinley Vaughn, breeder is Rockin' Sea Farms. In second, Leo Eilers, breeder is Chabot Club Lambs. Congratulations. Give these kiddos a hand as they exit, please. Just want to point out that Jackson Zimmerman's doing a fine job today. Color scheme is a little suspect, however. We have definitely backslid a bit, so need to work on that, Jackson. Let's give these kids a hand that made it so far in this class.
This class is a bit more of a challenge, and I don't know that, honestly, when they came in, I had in my brain these two would be switched around because visually, from the outside, my mind is thinking this sheep in second is going to have more to them than what we have on the top end. You get your hands on them, and if these people let you do it, you'll see what I'm talking about. You get your paws on him. This one here outhandles him 10-1. You know, he is so nice to the touch. He's fresh in his spine. He's got the right kind of conditioning on him. Enough rack, but where he really excels that weather in second, and much to my surprise, his last rib back, his loin edge is set out there a little bit fuller and square. He's got enough hip. He's, again, not overwhelming in his leg shape. We get in behind him, he's a little base narrow, but, we've preached to you for a day and a quarter now, and I said, I like these sheep that are fresh and youthful, and they got a nice neck and shoulder set in them, sternum tucked up in them, underline looks trim, and that's what this sheep does. So that underline deal to me, and even his bone work and his freshness almost becomes a little bit of a detriment because he can also strike you pretty quickly when he walks in as maybe being just a nickel frail. So if that kind of makes sense to you, but again, I was a little more surprised when I got my hands on him to how much better this sheep handled in terms of just product last year back than what we had here in second. Because I think there's a lot of really good features here in this weather in second. It starts at the ground. His bone work is good. Again, I think his skeleton is designed right. He's got a bigger rib cage, and I think because of that, it gives me the impression that he's going to have maybe just a little more total product sitting up on the top side of that, and I was a little surprised. You get up in his loin, and there's not near as much there as I guess I would have thought. But you know what? A 3-inch eye is plenty big in a sheep. And I got the carcass data from Houston a couple of years ago, and I saw 5-inch eyes. I'm like, good God Almighty! There's hogs that can't do that. So I don't have a problem with the 3-inch ribeye in a sheep. But again, good, productive kind of weather. He balances out okay because everything kind of fits together. Not as long, not as clean in his lower third like our class winner, but two very nice sheep. Again, we go to the edge here on third. Big, long, pretty. He is assembled a lot like our class winner, but also when we start thinking about muscle, we look at natural dimension. I don't think he is as good as the other two. And I think it's distant enough that we can't sneak him up here in the top pair because of his pattern, the way that he follows, the length and the trimness and cutability of your class winner. But he's a good sheep. Again, he's one that struck me pretty quickly, and even as he paraded around here in the get-go, I was always in the back of my mind, does he have enough real product to him? Partner, I'm going to tell you, you end up fourth because you're a good showman, okay? I don't know that you have the fourth best sheep in here, and again, it's for me because he's a little too conventional. He's a little fat up over his forerib, but I tell you what, you get him gathered up and put together, and we get one that's a little smaller out here amongst some bigger frame sheep. Again, he can maybe look a little tiny, but you've done a good job in getting him collected. I don't need one that's a little shorter and boxier. I like them, as you can pay attention here ahead of you, to have a little more length, a little more trimness to them. I told this young lady here I've worked her up as far as I could get. And just to be quite honest, he's, to me, a nice, big, bold sheep. He's got some product to him. He's not as special in his running gear. He don't hit me as special from the side when we kind of get them all put together. But as we kind of work through this group of sheep, and like I said, maybe the depth wasn't in this class like we had in the first class. I just thought we'd come to put all the positives together. This guy sure needed to get up here in the top 5. So, again, congratulations. A nice class, and I think a good workout here for class 2. So, congratulations, girls.
Your third class of medium wolves, that's class number 29. It's coming in the ring now. 39 entries in class. They're ranging weight from 127 to 132. Your results from the previous class. In ninth, Parker Missildine, representing Marion FFA. In eighth, Alyssa Cavazos, representing Lyford FFA. Seventh, Addison Singleton from Troy FFA. Sixth, Ella Ray, representing Tom Green County 4-H. Fifth, Avery Sissick, representing Navarro FFA. Fourth, Cooper Edwards from Sudan FFA. Third, Mackenzie Guerrero, representing Live Oak County 4-H. Second, Audrey Leibel, representing Corsicana FFA. And your class winner was Raylan Ward from West FFA. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from that same class. In 7th, Addison Singleton, breeder is EBS. In 6th, Ella Ray, breeder is Neff Livestock. In 5th, Avery Sissick, breeder is Sissick Farms. 4th, Cooper Edwards, breeder is Newsom Livestock. And your class winner, Raylan Ward, breeder is Pruitt Livestock. Congratulations.
Give these lamb exhibitors a hand. Thank you all for y'all's hard work.
All right, folks in the stands, I'm going to need your help on this one. I need a vote by show of hands. Is Dr. Machin here in the northwest corner, is his mustache better, or Gary Branham here to my left? So, all in favor of Gary Branham, raise your hand. All in favor of Dr. Machin, raise your hand. Gary, I believe you're the winner. Good job to these kids. Made it very far in a tough class.
Well, it's my job to pick the best sheep, not the best sheep showman. And we're not in a showmanship competition, and I appreciate his coaches over here on the side trying. Let him do his job. He's fine, okay? I think what happens is his attendance is on you and not the job out here. This is, in my opinion, the best sheep, bar none. Okay, there is no doubt in my mind this is a natural sheep. He looks good on the parade. He holds his skeleton together so much better in the way the heel of his loin hooks up into his hip. His rib cage is outstanding. He's good at the surface. You know, again, when this young man's 18 years old and he's able to get this thing's neck pulled up out of his blade right and kind of be a man out here, he's going to be fine. So let him do his thing out here. He's got a good sheep. He didn't need any help, okay? You just pay attention to what's going on out here, not out here on the peanut gallery, okay? Do me a favor. Let's give him a nice hand. That's a good sheep. Like I said, I think he's the best one. The next two showmen are outstanding, especially this young lady that's got the sheep here in second. I mean, she can flat get one put together. She has to work a little bit harder because her sheep's just not built as good. His loin don't hook up as nicely in his hip. That's kind of the big thing. You know, he's not blessed with the extra boot like we have in some, that we've seen in some, but he's still a man. That thing has got a big forearm. His chest is opened up wide, big top in him. Again, there's plenty of product in that sheep there. I don't think he hooks his top line, his length of hip. I mean, you can see it right there. Like I said, if this young man, if I could put some guns on him and get that sheep's neck pulled up like the young lady has here, I think everybody in the barn would say that's a no-brainer just because of the way they're built in their spine. So again, I know the family to the young lady here in second is like, we work so hard at home to be a good showman. I appreciate that, okay? There's no doubt about it. But again, my job is to pick the best sheep. And I think where you get into a little bit of a trouble for me is the way he hooks up in his loin. And again, I think both of your sheep are so dimensional. Their skeleton is so opened up so wide, and then as you get to the ground they also are hit that way. But the nice thing about these two sheep in relation to the one we have here in third, they're true all the way at the ground, okay? They're square all the way to the surface, where I run into a little bit of a struggle here with our sheep in third. As we watch him underneath, you know, he's a little small-footed anyway, kind of a boomerang-legged sheep, but when he sets to the surface, he sets him a little too narrow and just kind of rolls out into his hock. And I think the other thing, too, as we see this game kind of play longer out here, he has a little the same issue of what we have here in second. His loin doesn't set right into his hip. He's got his tail set up too high, or the way we've got this thing presented out here, his hip too high. He just doesn't blend as nicely. But again, super long neck, another great showman, gets that thing dialed in as far as his front end, but it's kind of hard to fix the heel of the loin into the hip. And I know you tried very hard. So again, he came in here prancing like a thoroughbred. I thought, this thing's pretty cool. He's pretty exotic in his shape. He's got a nice fresh touch to him. There's no doubt about it. I'm just not near as big a fan in his running gear and the way he's constructed, especially off his hind leg, and so like the sheep here in second, the way he's built into his loin. But three very, very nice ones. And again, I'm not trying to, again, justify why I use the best sheep out here and not the best showman, because he is the best sheep. All right, let's move down here to fourth and fifth. And again, what I would say about our fourth place weather, from the silhouette, my game. I like that one. He's tall fronted, he's long necked, he's smooth, he's hooked up better in his top line than the two we have here ahead of him. I think the challenge I have with him is, as we study him in his forerib, his rib cage in general, he's a little flatter bodied compared to these three we have ahead of him. I think from behind, we study this one in his twist and his leg. And again, we're probably today talking a little more muscle and shape and dimension than we did yesterday, because I think we can do that here, okay? This sheep in this class just does not quite have enough stuff to him compared to the three we have up here ahead of him. But tremendous in body length. Again, he blends a lot of really nice things together. He's got some great features, there's no doubt about it. It was one of those deals where if I accept that he's got enough muscle, then we can start with him. In this case here, I think there's three pretty dang good sheep that have just way more punch. Young lady, the blue sheep out here, again, has got a nice touch to him. He's a little tight going, and I think the reason I see that is if I look at his hip and the construction of that part of his skeleton, he's just a little short in his hip. The column of bones a little straighter. And again, we probably like to hook the top side of his neck a little nicer into his scapula up there if we could. But again, I thought that was one of the sheep that as he came in here, he kind of had a good presentation to him. He's athletic enough in his look in terms of trimness and the way that he handles. So nice class. We kind of, so far we've had 3 classes. One was stellar, 3's been stellar. So let's give them all a nice hand and great job out here, and thank you for your patience.
Your 4th class of medium wolves entering the ring at this time. 41 entries in class that range in weight from 133 to 136. Your results from the previous class: Bryce Patrick, representing China Springs FFA. In 8th, Ramsey McFall from Reagan County 4-H. 7th, Lacey Matney, representing Lavernia FFA. In 6th, Zachary Casas from Huffman FFA. In 5th, Sage Korzinski, representing Meadville FFA. 4th, Lexi Nelms from Stephenville FFA. 3rd, Karen Rivera, representing Sherryland Pioneer FFA. 2nd, Z. McCall from Archer County 4-H. And your class winner is Kashner Arnold, representing Waller County 4-H. Congratulations. Your TOBA results from that same class: in 7th, Lacey Matney, breeder is Hall's Club Lambs. And in 6th, Zach Casas, breeder is Silver's Livestock.
Thank these lamb exhibitors as they exit the ring. Your first and second place medium wolves from the first three classes will need to check in shortly for our lightweight division drive. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Once again, our first and second place medium wolves from the first 3 classes can come check in at the holding area.
Folks, I'd like to point out that Jackson Zimmerman may have gotten his holidays confused. Although he is dressed like an Easter egg, it is in fact Valentine's Day. So don't want any of you to make the same mistake. Y'all just keep that in mind.
We now have a ball game. This is good. This is good. And it ain't over. We're going to let you two sweat it out a little bit more out here, okay? Because this has got to be fun, you know, and it's hard work. My showman up on the top end, I thought he was starting to get just a little nervous on me and start to overwork his sheep. But again, let's talk about these two. Again, man, they come in and it's just right off the bat. I am dialed in on them too. Skeletally wise, really good. Again, they are athletes when they hit this ring. They're built like an athlete. They're trim. I love the way both of these sheep are constructed up front. A neck a mile long, set in their blade right. sternum stuck up in him right, rib cage is good. I think, again, you can get down to just a couple little things. The sheep that the young man here in the front right now, or the far end from me, if we get off to the side again, just absolutely stellar, and especially as we trace him back to his pin set, his dock, the way that hip is designed in him. And again, he was one that, when he first came in, it was just, I am just immediately drawn to him. Because he is so athletic and so nice up in his neck and the way it sets into his shoulder. As we kind of go to the surface end and even in the rib cage, then the weather we have here in second, hopefully you would agree with me, he's probably just stouter. His bone work looks, he's got a little more boot underneath him, but his bone work and his feet, his rib cage looks stouter too. And so again, you have, I think, two just exceptionally good sheep, exceptionally good showman, and those two are going to sit out here and sweat a little bit more because we'll make my decision here in a minute. Okay, let's focus here on third and fourth and fifth. And again, the one we have here in third is having fun now, ain't you, huh? One we have in third, again, just a really stout kind of sheep. He's big bone. His rib cage is really good. He becomes, relative to the two that end up beating him, a little shorter featured up in his front end. He's just a little rounder in his hip design. He doesn't have his length of hip, his tail set back there quite as far as these two that we have here behind me. But again, I thought this sheep, and especially for the punch that he has, the dimension he has, he maintains a lot more smoothness down his spine. His rack's not set up and creased up quite as high and big as a sheep that we end up having here in fourth. Again, to the touch, this one in fourth is incredible. He's got a big grooved up top. He's lean. Again, compositional is just incredible in this sheep. He's a little trimmer bellied maybe than what we have standing on either side of him. For me, he's a nickel straight off his hind leg and the way that he's constructed from his stifle to his hock and then down to the ground. I guess what I was a little surprised, it doesn't affect his movement as much as I would expect as he stands here like he is. But again, his composition is just incredible. In fact, that's why you beat the young lady's sheep that we have here in fifth. As we watch these parade around out here, to me, your sheep stays so much more collected in his spine. Young lady's weather has a tendency to roll up a little bit in his top, and again, I'm trying to read his skeleton. Is it because he's on halter and we got a little 40-pound young lady trying to show him, or is that just the way that he's built? And I've watched him enough, and I guess I've just concluded, sister, that he's just kind of built that way. He just kind of wants to lift his middle of his back just a little bit more, but he's incredibly smooth. He's really nice in terms of the way he blends his shoulder to his hip. His lines are put together very nice, and he too, like several sheep that we had in this class, is just really blessed with a lot of products. So, all right, fellas, I want to walk them one more time, and we're going to go ahead and get you a winner. Let's give them all a nice hand, and we'll get you a class winner here pretty quick. Let's take them for a spin. Well, he said, unfortunately, when we go to the backdrop, we never get to take pictures of them and how they move. And again, I think they are both really good. But this sheep up front, it's something about he's able to keep, and especially to his tail, that upper part of his hip, he stays so collected out here. So again, it's little bitty things. We can argue all day. Unfortunately, I have the microphone. I have to make the decision. The decision is as they stand first and second. Let's give them both a nice hand.
results from the previous class. Placing 9th, Ella Maddox, representing Pethis FFA. In 8th, Claire Martin from Swisher County 4-H. 7th was Ryder Lyra from Splendora FFA. In 6th, Charlie King from Levelland FFA. 5th, Allison Throckmorton, representing Bandera County 4-H. In 4th, Hallie Doucette, representing Jefferson County 4-H. In 3rd, Grace Moore from Tom Green County 4-H. 2nd was Keegan Flowers, representing Friendship FFA, and your class winner was James Schultz, representing Guadalupe County 4-H. Your TOBEA results from that same class. In 8th, Claire Martin, breeder was Newsom Livestock. In 7th, Ryder Lyra, breeder was Nichols Club Lambs. And in 5th, Allison Throckmorton, breeder was Rockin' Sea Farms. I'll be introducing your lightweight division class winners now. Winning class 1, Grayson Williams, representing McCullough County 4-H. Parents are Tyler and Mickey Williams. She likes to show sheep and ride horses and wants to go to Tarleton. Raylan Ward won class 2. She represents West FFA. Her parents are Sammy Joe and Chris. She enjoys showing and sports and wants to go to Texas A&M. Casher Arnold won class 3. Represents Waller County 4-H. His parents are Matt and Beth Kennedy, enjoys showing sheep, playing sports, and wants to go to Texas A&M. Will Schultz won Class 4, represents Guadalupe County FFA. His parents are Shane and Audrey, enjoys showing sheep and playing the trumpet, wants to go to Texas A&M. Leo Eilers, representing Gillespie County 4-H, was second in Class 1. Parents are Jed and Brenda Eilers. He enjoys football, baseball, and showing. He wants to go to Texas A&M. Second in Class 2 was Audrey Leibel. She represents Corsicana FFA. Her parents are Kent and Kathleen. Enjoys showing, playing volleyball, and wants to go to Texas A&M. Your second place in Class 3 was Z. McCall. She represents Archer County 4-H. Her parents are Keith and Jody. Enjoys working animals, playing basketball, and wants to go to Texas Tech. Your second place in Class 4 is Keegan Flowers. He represents Friendship FFA. His parents, Joel Flowers, enjoys dirt track racing and fishing. Not sure what he's going to do yet, but we're sure he's going to do great. Y'all give all these kids a big round of applause.
Well, Division I has been absolutely outstanding and a big thrill for me to be able to do this. And we're going to have fun. You know, we showed some sheep. We didn't do it at the the level like this or like we did the steers, but I learned a lot as I was a sheep dad and sheep mom somewhere here in the stands too. I brought my wife. Oh, by the way, if you forgot, it's Valentine's Day, so squeeze your honey, okay? Squeeze your best one. But at any rate, I found out a lot of things in sheep shows. When we go to a sheep show, sometimes it's a very stuffy, competitive, let's not have fun environment. By golly, I'm not going to do that. We're going to have fun, okay? We're all out here to compete, but we're also friends. And we're also someday going to have to work together, okay? So have a good time. Have a good time. And I know this state is just incredibly competitive on that. B, I got on a parent or a coach a minute ago hollering at his son out here. And here's the lesson I learned. I was the same way. Okay, I was the same way. It's hard for me to sit on that side of the fence and not want to climb in and join. And one day we were working sheep at home, and I said, Shiloh, you need to do this, this, and that. He said, here, you do it. Ooh, I can't do it. Okay, I suck. I am not good at it. So I learned very quickly, and again, I don't mean to pick on you, but I'm just telling you, these kids are good at what they do. They're doing their best job. I've contended for the last several years because not only are we show moms and dads, our sons are also very involved in sports, and I've said sometimes the biggest detriment to youth events, it don't matter whether it's showing livestock, forensics, it don't matter. Sometimes as parents, we want to get too involved, okay? So let your kids be kids. They're going to grow up and be great leaders someday, and so let's just make sure we give them the foundation and let them have fun out here. Anyway, I've said way too much. We started off in this first division with, I thought, a really good class and a really good sheep to represent it, and you still look good out here, sister. Not only because you're wearing purple, but because you got a really good sheep, okay? I like his build, his kind, and again, I think the thing we always need to consider is for his weight. I think that's an excellent kind of a species right there. Really, really good. Class 2, like I said, was a bit of a challenge for me. We had some variety to work through. The Class 2 weather's a little different than the other 3 out here, but he's different in the areas that I like. He's got the length, he's got the trimness, he's got a nice fresh skeleton in him. In other words, the way his scapula is laid into his body, the way that he handles. And so I think from the standpoint of composition, you're as good as any sheep out here. We said in class maybe a little finer boned, a little frailer in his rib cage, and we can kind of detect that now as we surround him with some sheep that are just a little stouter in their makeup. But again, I still think he represented the best sheep in that class and still represents very good kind in my mind because I like that kind. Young man here, again, you're doing a good job out here. You got a good sheep. And I still, to the day I go to my grave, say that's the best sheep in this class because we watch him walk out here. He stays so nice in his spine, the way he hooked his loin into his hip. He's a big, bold rib sheep that's got really a ton of muscle to him. So again, a little tougher for him to kind of get this guy gathered up out of his front end, but the sheep don't need a lot of help because he's made so good. And then we had the last 2, and again, I think they are just simply, in my opinion, they are the man amongst boys out here. Let's give them 2 fellas a nice hand. That's going to be your first 2 champions of the day.
Our lightweight champion is Will Schultz, Guadalupe County FFA. And reserve goes to Keegan Flowers, Friendship FFA. Congratulations.
Your first class of your second division, class number 33, is in the ring now. 41 entries in class that range in weight from 137 to 140 pounds. Let's give these kids a big round of applause as they exit. We appreciate their effort.
Again, another great class, and from the get-go, in fact, this might be the first one. He got about 5 steps in the ring, and we pull him, and again, this is my speed right here. I think this thing is really, really good. Elite in his look, his quality, his build, his rib cage, underpinning. Again, that one's, he's fascinating to me. He's fun to look at, and he's also one that I think is just incredible in the way he is constructed. So, very nice place to start. And again, I don't want it to sound like it's just him and the rest of the field, but it kind of was, in my opinion. This one just kind of sits out there like a diamond in the rough. But we have a really good sheep in second. And again, I apologize for making it sound like it's not close, because that is a good sheep. He is so nice in, again, his build. He's basic in the way that he's constructed. His neck comes out of his scapular right. He's good in his rib cage. He's got plenty of muscle to him. He handles nice. In fact, you get right down to it, that guy there's trimmer over his forerib than the sheep that we start the class with, but just not as elite. Again, that hip design and hind leg, for as good as it is, it don't run in the same ball game as the sheep that we have winning this class. So 2 very nice ones, but one that I think just ends up being exceptional. It really became, again, a challenge for third, and I think this is a species that oftentimes a slow judge like me, it kind of becomes a little easier because sheep kind of fall apart. And that's kind of what happened in the 2 weathers here in 4th and 5th. They just kind of come unglued in their spine and don't keep things kind of pulled together and collected like they did early on. And this guy here, even though he's not perfect out of his front end, I think the way that he constructs his rib cage to his, particularly the upper part of his rib cage and to his top line, he blends very smoothly over, his loin and his tail head. And so again, he was just able to kind of keep things all gathered up a lot nicer the longer we stayed out here in this competition. Again, not as overwhelming in terms of his skeleton. That's where I'm going to pick on him, and you can kind of see up in his blade, and especially as we work to the point of his shoulder and down to the ground, he's a little steeper than ideal, but still gives us a nice look in every other category and just basically held together better. These next 2, again, are just, they're powerful sheep. They're opened up really big and massive in their rack, and I think one of the things that I would see and say on both of those sheep, with that rack and chine bone kind of stuck up like they are, and then it feeds into their loin, and both these sheep, as we kind of played the game out here, they started to kind of break in the middle part of their back. They just weren't maintaining any kind of structural quality on the top side of their skeleton. And basically, I thought the young lady here in the blue shirt, her weather was just a nickel longer and just a nickel better in the categories that you probably both needed to be improved upon just a bit more. But that young lady here that winds up in 5th, again, that thing is our workhorse when you get up front or you get behind him. He's just in general really opened up really big in his skeleton and got just a ton of product to him. Great class, exceptional individual up here, in my opinion, to win this group. Let's give them all a nice hand. Ladies dominated, too. Look at this. Woo!
Folks, we do have some sad news to share. This year will be Jess's last year to work with us at the show. They have hired him to. They're doing a traveling musical of Toy Story next year, and he's been hired to be one of the leads as Woody. So we wish him the best.
I assume you'll be auditioning for Mr. Potato Head. Placing ninth, Brooke Lacasio, representing Huffman FFA. In eighth, Abigail Follis, representing Idalou FFA. In seventh, Mackenzie Evans from Burnett County 4-H. In sixth, Cedar Recker, representing Andrews County 4-H. In fifth, Riley Steinecke, representing Wimberley FFA. In fourth, Emma Hopprich, representing Parker County 4-H. In third, Peyton Roberts from Holland FFA. In second, Amy Moore from Tom Green County 4-H. And your class winner was Dally Job, representing Palo Pinto County 4-H. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from that same class, placing seventh, Mackenzie Evans, breeder is Neff Livestock. In third, Peyton Roberts, breeder is Diamond C Club Lambs. And in second, Amy Moore, breeder is Moore Livestock. Congratulations. Let's give these kids a hand as they exit, please. you've lost a cell phone, I believe they have that in the livestock office. Again, if you're missing a cell phone, I think that they have that in the livestock office. Thank these kids for all their work as they exit, please.
All right, again, I think these two are very elite in their skeleton, their design. Honestly, as they walk in, I switch them because, again, just kind of the factor of the hip and the tail set and just the way this Weather and Second blends all of his body parts. And if it was close when I got my hands on them, I would still switch them, but it's not. Okay, I think the big difference, and it's even pretty apparent as you look at it from the side here, there is a decided advantage in trimness, rack shape, in general, just a good market animal shape in the way this one is constructed up on the top side of his skeleton. And he still gives you a really nice elite look, a good neck and blade. And again, the running gear is so good on both of these. Underlines are nice. You know, he's a little funny in the way he is built out to his tail and the upper part of his hip. And again, it's enough that it kind of distracts me and kind of throws me just a little off guard on the whole balance thing from the side. And that's where I maybe would say that our Weather here in Second has a big advantage. And he is, again, when he hit the ring, he came in here. He's a proud sheep. He moves so nice. He's got a nice image to him. But, you know, of several that we've used already today, this would be one that's just a little too soft, and he just doesn't shape up as good in his rack. He's not as creased up in his top, I don't think, as many that we've used up here on the top end. But he's a high-quality rascal. Again, I'm not going to get too wound up on that when you got one that's built as good as that one right there. So, again, congratulations, these two young ladies. I think a very nice place to get us started. And then, like every class we've had in the last day and a half, you have a lot of different options for third. And quite honestly, this one's a little raw looking to me. But he is also incredible. You know, we say that in terms of his composition, and he is a workhorse in terms of muscle. That thing is really grooved up in his top. He's really got a real lean, high cutability look to him. He still stays flexible on the go. He's good enough at the surface. Again, not blessed with the prettiest hide. You know, somewhere along the genetic gene pool, we didn't get that in that sheep there. But I think underneath the hide, for whatever the heck that's worth, that's a pretty good sheep from a carcass standpoint. Okay, so now, this would be a case where if we could take a little of the bloom on that one and share it with this one, that becomes to me a little different looking sheep because we're able to kind of blend everything together a little bit smoother out here. But that one there, like I said, he first came in, you know, it's pretty easy to recognize how stout he is, and he's really good in his underpinning, but it can just kind of hit me being just a little too raw. Sheep in fourth is a nice sheep. Again, you start kind of picking holes, and we've said this so many times the last couple of days, as we compare him, which a lot of times we do in judging shows, he's not as extreme or as radical in his muscle. He's not as long and good looking as the two we've started with. But as we stand him out here by himself, we would say, that's a pretty daggone nice sheep. He's good looking. He's good in his rib cage. He is still one that's a little more adequate in just his shape in terms of having a real lean market animal shape. But he's a good one. And I thought for me, probably didn't punch a real obvious hole in him maybe as quickly as I would on the sheep that we end up here in fifth. But again, another one that's really up-fronted. He runs uphill. He's long-necked. He's good in terms of his handle. I told her, I said, the biggest thing, and again, for me, I'm old school, as you can tell, he's just got dumb hind legs with bad pasterns. You know, he just sets down too wrong in his pastern for me. And so in a class where maybe we're looking for one, we can justify bumping him up. But in a class where there's several good ones standing all around you, for me, that's enough to go ahead and keep him in the fifth slot. Good job, gang. Let's give them a nice hand. Another excellent class here in this division.
Class number 35 is entering the ring now. 41 entries in class. They're ranging weight from 145 to 147 pounds. Results in the previous class. Placing ninth, Hadley Johnson, representing Brown County 4-H. In 8th, Aiden Ehrlich, representing Lufkin FFA. 7th, Wesley Wyndham from Uvalde County 4-H. In 6th, Landry Beaver from Houston County 4-H. In 5th, Chesney Sturgis from Happy FFA. 4th, Rayleigh Zapalak, representing Wise County 4-H. 3rd, Ava Clark from Guadalupe County 4-H. 2nd, Holden Wise from Brown County 4-H. And your class winner was Dakota Martin, representing Mason County 4-H. Your TLBA results from that same class. In 2nd, Holden Wise, breeder is Diamond C Club Lambs. And your class winner, Dakota Martin, breeder is Diamond C Club Lambs. Give these kids a hand as they exit, please. Let's give these kids a hand for making it so far in a tough class.
Again, really nice. And I thought, again, early on, these were the two. And again, I'll just be honest with you. This one probably has way more than I need. His hip, again, maybe some are just born that way, be naturally that way. That thing is incredible. I hope it is. And again, there's a side of him that says, I don't need that much, but when I get back off the side of this sheep and you study his skeleton, his build, his kind, he's still the kind of sheep I like. So again, he's probably a little bit more than what I personally need, but his whole, like you can start at his forearm, his width of chest, end to end, that thing is cracked open as big and wide as anything we've seen in the last day and a half. And yet still, I think we need to compliment one that's built and designed like that. He can still handle with a really good running gear underneath him. So again, he's a really unique sheep. Again, one of those that's just a little bit more out there on the edge. And again, I told you yesterday, I'm not into the freak show. This one sure approaches it being that, but he's still very good. So nice sheep. Because honestly, the sheep in second is very nice too. Now he can look, and again, we get him up there head to tail, side by side. He can kind of look like he's a far distant second because. Again, you compare them, you're like, gosh, dang, he ain't got near as much wolf to him as the first one. We set that bugger out here by himself, and you climb up on the top of that, and you're like, this one's pretty cool. And he is. He's actually bigger in his feet. His bone work's a little bit bigger, I think, than the sheep that we've started with. He's still got the same good athletic look up and through his front end. He's trim, la-di-la-di-la. But in this case here, you get in behind him, it's like that thing just eats him alive, And so again, I apologize to that young lady. She's got a good sheep, and probably when you left the house, you probably never dreamed you might be second. But this is another sheep show, and you did bring us a good one here to the show. So congratulations to the two of them. I think they're two very, very nice sheep. This one here, he works his way up. Great showman. You do a good job, And again, I think compositionally, he's okay. He's not cracked open near as big and square in his back like we have in these first two here, but really nice up front. He's elevated, he's cocky, he's got a good attitude. For some of you, he might have a little more set to his hind leg. I think that's what keeps that thing pretty sporty looking when we get him out on the move. So he's got a little more belly than what I need. I think it kind of distracts a little bit from that sheep from the side because of that. And again, it doesn't give him that real athletic look from the side, but he's nice. And quite honestly, when we get in behind the two sheep, I thought really from his hip bone back, there's just more pin width. There's just a bit more hip in him than the sheep we have in fourth. This couple here that are showing, and again, he's just a nice sheep. You don't throw darts and find big holes in him. He's got a good enough look. He's got enough muscle to him. He's got some skeletal integrity. So again, he's nice. Is he elite? Well, that's kind of where we can get into a real discussion out here. He's not as long-fronted. He's not quite as elite in his look, I don't think, when we get him out here. But I just think that is a good, basic kind of sheep that a person can never go too wrong on. Young man, I told him, and again, I liked him when he first came in until I kind of watched his hind legs go every which direction, and that's a good sheep, but he's just not near enough right in the design of his hock and the way he rolls out off of it. But again, from the standpoint of smoothness and levelness and adequate in terms of composition, he's certainly not too bad. His hind legs just get him into too much trouble for me. Again, congratulations. Let's give him a nice hand. Again, this is going to be an exciting division, and can't wait to get to it.
Class number 36 is entering the ring. 41 entries in class that range in weight from 148 to 149 pounds. Results from your previous class. Placing ninth, Bree Bird, representing Lavernia FFA. In eighth, Chloe Petty from Brown County 4-H. Seventh, Hadley Holt, representing Hill County 4-H. Sixth, Bailey Turner from Ropes FFA. Fifth, Cole Mueller, representing Blanco County 4-H. Fourth, Taylor West from San Patricio County 4-H. Third, Madeline Addington from Decatur FFA. Second, Sarah Foster from Kendall County 4-H. And your class winner was Miranda Garza, representing Needville FFA. Your TLBA results from that same class. In sixth, Bailey Turner. Breeder is Valentine Club Lambs. In fourth, Taylor West. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. Third, Madeline Addington. Breeder is Pruitt Livestock. And in second, Sarah Foster. Breeder is Stokes Livestock. Give these kids a hand as they exit, please.
Folks, let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Again, really nice. And we have, in this class here, we've ended up with a little more variety. And again, I told the young men that end up in 5th and 6th, those are sheep that are just absolutely packed full of muscle and product. And for me, just a little smaller in their package at this weight range and what we have standing around them, maybe just a little coarser in their makeup. And so that's kind of, we kind of sort them on down. Again, there's There's a lot of other judges a whole lot smarter than me. Those sheep could be winning this class, under different situations and different judges. But again, for me, if you've kind of sat through and weathered it all the last couple of days, this is my speed up here. Again, this is a sheep that's just real elite in his look. He's up-fronted, he's long-necked, he's athletic when he comes in the ring. And I think the other thing, too, he's the best handling sheep, so it's pretty tough to beat one when you put all those categories together. Very nice entry here to get us going. I thought it was, again, a bit more of a challenge for second. Again, one that probably is a little more deceptive from the outside than I would expect that ends up here in second. He's got, really, from his last trip back, there's a lot more product there than I would have expected. He's a little flatter-bodied. He's not as nice in the angle of his shoulder, I don't think, as your class winner, but he basically, as we get back off of him, he's got a little more rib cage. I thought he had just a little more stuff to him as we worked back into his last rib and back into his lower quarter, or leg, if you will, as compared to the weather we have here in third. So, again, I'd like to just design him a little differently up in his blade, and I would like to open his rib up a bit more and give him a bit more shape to his rack, but he's a very nice sheep, and I think he just kind of falls into what we're able to do up here and in the alignment up on the top end. Again, my decision here for third is kind of a composition thing. We've got a little more length and certainly freedom of fat up in the forerib, the lower body cavity of the sheep that winds up here in third versus, kind of an interesting sheep here in fourth. He first came in, and he's tough to get going. He kind of is hesitant in the way that he travels, but he's got the big boots, the fluffy legs. He's got some dimension to him, big rib cage. So again, I'm drawn into him pretty quickly. I guess as I kind of got up on him here, we pulled him in line. I was hoping that guy would have a bit more real muscle to him. He's just a little flatter built, a little narrower pinned. Then we kind of add to the equation just a nickel more fat over in his forerib. And so, again, we kind of came down to a composition thing to wind up here in third. And then we've kind of talked about here in fifth. Again, there's not a sheep in here other than standing six that has much more muscle than them two. Those things are really opened up big and square, but in just a little more conventional for me, a little coarse in the way that it's built. Great class, and boy, this is going to be a fun drive here. Let's give them all a nice hand.
Your results from the previous class: placing 9th, Avery Walton, representing Eastland FFA. In 8th, Braxton Mock from Erath County 4-H. 7th, Emily Threet, representing Florence FFA. In 6th, Luke Parks from Galveston County 4-H. 5th, Kason Newell from Falls County 4-H. 4th, Kate Schaefer from Martin Mills FFA. 3rd is Curry Smithwick from Reynolds County 4-H. 2nd, Emerson Garner from Leonard FFA. And your class winner was Olivia Sandy from Erath County 4-H. Your TLBA results from that same class: in 7th, Emily Threet, breeder is Newsom Livestock. In 5th, Kason Newell, breeder is Richardson Livestock. And in 3rd, Curry Smithwick, breeder is Neff Livestock. All right, at this time, I'll be introducing your medium weight division class winners. Class 5 winner was Dally Job, representing Palapino County 4-H. Parents are Brooks and Misty. She enjoys livestock judging, showing sheep, and plans to go to South Plains College to judge livestock and then on to Texas Tech. Y'all give her a hand. Your Class 6 winner was Dakota Jade Martin. She's a member of Mason County 4-H. Her parents are Glenn and Rayanne. She enjoys showing, judging livestock, and spending time with her nephews. She plans to attend Redlands Community College to judge livestock. Give her a hand. Your Class 7 winner was Miranda Garza. She represents Needville FFA. Her parents are Ben and Claudine. She enjoys showing sheep, and she wants to attend Texas A&M University. Your Class 8 winner was Olivia Sandy. She represents Erath County 4-H. Her parents are Mitch and Angie. She enjoys showing sheep, and she wants to attend Iowa State. Your second place in Class 5 was Amy Moore. She represents Tom Green County 4-H. She's the daughter of Alexandra Moore. She enjoys showing sheep, goats, playing basketball and softball, and wants to go to Texas A&M. Your second place in Class 6 was Holden Wise. She represents Brown County 4-H. Her parents are Hilton and Amber. She enjoys showing livestock and wants to go to Texas Tech or OSU. Your second place in Class 7 was Sarah Foster. She represents Kendall County 4-H. Her parents are Mary and Bobby. She enjoys showing lambs and pigs, livestock judging, playing volleyball and softball, and wants to go to Texas A&M. Your second place in Class 8 was Emerson Garner. He represents Leonard FFA. His parents are Jason and Charlotte. He enjoys showing, hunting, fishing, and he wants to go to Texas A&M and be on the wool judging team. Y'all give him a big hand. Good job to these kids and all the kids that showed in this division. We'll hand it over to our judge. Folks, immediately following this division drive, we will take a 30-minute lunch break. Again, at the conclusion of this drive, we'll take a 30-minute lunch break.
Let's give him a big hand. Well deserved. And I will guarantee you, my heart was racing just as much as the mom and dads and grandmas and grandpas that got kids out here, because I was anxious to get them out here to see how they stack up. I am in here with an open mind. I didn't have any preconceived ideas before they walked in the ring. I have, again, on the backside, there's some that I think might be a little more favorite than others. And it probably is. I got them out here and got them parked head to tail. We have a little switch here at the end, but really good. In fact, it's just incredible. I think what's going to happen here, the one that's going to end up winning this division, I'm just going to say it like this. It's kind of like the Michael Jordans of basketball, the Patrick Mahomes. You ever heard of that guy? Yeah. Thank you, Texas, for raising that one, because Kansas City loves him. You know what he did when he came to Kansas City? He built a Whataburger. Yeah, we needed that. So at any rate, this one that's going to win this division, I think, is at that level. It just takes the game to a whole new level, in my opinion. The only thing I would say, I can't believe a showman that would show one this good does not know the weight of their sheep. It just absolutely blows my mind. But nonetheless, it makes no difference. Let's give this young lady that won Class 1 a great hand. That's an excellent go. Yeah. Again, I tried to be very open-minded. That thing I just think is incredible in every dimension you want to look at him, and the way that he's built and shaped, and I hope we have one or two better than him in the next couple divisions. You're going to have to work pretty hard, though. That is a very, very nice one, in my opinion, whatever that's worth. Now, for reserve, I wasn't really sure. I get them out here, and I think we have different options. One of the things that last class we got done with, and I know that sheep's a little bigger in his skeleton for some of you, but here's what I'm going to tell you on him. For one that is that big, I think he is incredible in his freshness. His neck, his blade, his skeleton is so good. Beautiful to the touch. Like I said, he won that class because he's a great handling sheep. I'm going to also tell you that within this lineup, and even pulling our second end up here, he's not the big wolfy-backed one. He's not the big bold red one out here, but I just think that sheep has so much good in my school. He's going to end up being our reserve. Let's give her a nice hand.
Your medium weight division champion is shown by Dally Job, and your reserve division champion is shown by Olivia Sandy. Congratulations. Class number 39 is entering the arena at this time. There are 40 entries in class that range in weight from 150 to 152 pounds. Folks, if you've had a kiddo that made the sale today, they probably encountered Committeeman Les Ford. Les Ford's back here in the Magellan fishing shirt with the baseball cap on. Les, can you hear me? Les Ford, can you hear me? Les had asked me to announce that his Pilates and yoga studio will reopen next week. Hours are 8 to 5. He's taking one-on-one appointments. Again, Les Ford's Pilates and Yoga Studio. I believe the name of the studio is Les's Leotards and Lace. You can look that up on Google Maps. Good job to these kids. We appreciate their effort. Let's give these kids a hand for making it so far in a challenging class.
All right, welcome back. And I got thinking here, and you started coming through the gate. I maybe should have had an extra bowl of that banana pudding out there. I'm going to burn some calories pretty quick. Again, just a flood of good sheep come through this ring. We sent a lot of really nice ones back to the pen, and still, have several more that we could have kept out here to work through. And again, I just think because of the kind of quality, and then again some differences in type and kind, we can sure flip-flop a lot of things around out here. I think we have 9 very nice sale sheep, and I think within the top group up here, these first 4, again, just from a structural standpoint, suit me a little bit better, especially as we work closer up here on the top end. And, hopefully we haven't changed anything since before lunch, because when this young man steps back out of this sheep, get back out of him here real quick, partner. Again, No different than what we've done. This thing is just so elegant up front. His neck, his blade laid back into his spine, his sternum's right. Excellent underline. Handle's nice. He's lean. He's athletic. There's no reason to try to beat this one in this class. I think it's just a very, very nice sheep and a very good showman stuck up in front of him. I thought it was a closer race for second, to be quite honest, and I think as you maybe get your hands on him, and I hope maybe from the outside you would agree and see it, as we study these two and handle them in particular. The young lady's whether that winds up in second, he's freer of fat over his forerib. I thought he was just simply shaped up better down his rack and again the edge of his loin, just a little fresher to the touch. We kind of get down the lower part of his leg. Again, he's got a little more inner leg to him. So I think that just general statement of a marked animal shape kind of better fits him than what we end up in third. The design, the image of our sheep in third maybe mimics our class winner a little bit nicer, especially as we work back into his tail, but really a nice spine, good front end design on him. Again, that's a nice sheep. He's just a nickel softer than these first two. He doesn't maybe impress me quite as much when I get my hands on him the way that these other two are kind of creased up in their top just a bit more and just a little more aggressive in the way the muscles tied into the skeleton. But that's really a nice trio. And again, I thought the young man's sheep here that comes over here, just a really good place to get us started. Here in fourth, again, elevated, tall-fronted, better running gear under him, probably come up just a little short on muscle in here. We get in behind him. He tends to taper a bit more down into the base of the skeleton and the ground, and you can kind of even see that from the side. When you have one that's just hooked up a little different in his hind leg and just off a little bit in his hip, he doesn't have quite that, that shape to him when we get in behind him, but nice. I really like the front two-thirds of him, just to make him a little horseier as we get in behind him. The next one, again, I'm not sure how hard I want to be on him. He's a beautiful handling sheep, really high cutability, very muscular, got a lot of tone to him. Again, he's just got the old shaky knee syndrome, and we don't need to play with him very long out here because I don't think he's got the integrity to his structure to hold up. And he's too straight off his hind leg as well. So again, underpinning, not very good. Carcass merit-wise, he's probably one of the better sheep in the class. Great job, great class. Give them all a nice hand. Good way to get us started after lunch.
Class number 40 entering the arena at this time. There are 34 entries in class that range in weight from 153 to 154 pounds. Your results from the previous class: placing ninth, Sutton McMahon, representing Coleman County 4-H. In 8th, Cade Arnold, representing Waller FFA. 7th, Allie Barrett, representing Tom Green County 4-H. In 6th, Johnson Wise from Brown County 4-H. In 5th, Journey Mathis from Willis FFA. 4th, Jenna Harmon, representing North Central Texas Arc Academy. 3rd, Aubrey Payne from Bells FFA. 2nd, Andrea Phillips, representing Coleman FFA. And your class winner was Carson Schaefer from Martin Mills FFA. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from the same class. In 7th, Allie Barrett. The breeder is Marvin Enzer. And in 2nd, Andrea Phillips. Breeder is Rockin' Sea Farms. Give these kids a hand as they exit, please. Klein Kane, FFA, we're missing your sheet for the next class. Klein Kane, FFA, we're missing your sheet for the next class. Let's give these kids a hand for making it so far in a tough class.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline.
Again, very nice. And I know for some of you expert sheep people and you think I'm pulling too many, I'm sorry. You can go home. I don't care, because I'm an old 4-H dad and old 4-H mom sitting around here somewhere. And all we ever asked when we were 4-H parents watching alongside is that our kid gets a fair shake, and I think we're all about that. And so if there is a sheep that comes in the ring that remotely has any kind of redeeming quality that he might make the sale, by golly, he's going to get a chance. So that's why we're pulling a lot, and it'll take some time, but guess what? We got the arena all day. All I got to do is take my sweetheart out to dinner tonight, so we got plenty of time, and we're going to use it. Good class, and again, lots of good different kinds out here. I just think, again, it's an old judging philosophy of mine, and saw Caleb a minute ago. I bet he's tell his teams the same thing. When you have something that comes in and grabs your attention, the minute you turn around and look at the class or you're judging a show, there's a reason for it. And again, I'm drawn into kind that are built like this. This young man does a nice job. This sheep's got a good, fresh, youthful look to him. Even though I know he's not the youngest daisy in the pasture, he still has preserved the kind of look that I like. His neck, his blade, his sternum, his underline, his length of body is good. His skeletal correctness, I think, is really good. He handles nice. He's not near as ripped up and hard-backed as the sheep we have here in second. But again, I don't get up and handle that one and say, well, he's no good. He's plenty good enough for me. I think he's got just exceptional design. And really, it kind of comes in the front end of that sheep, too. I think his blade's laid back nicer. He's better in his knee. I think just, again, that quality of skeleton is what makes him just a little bit more unique. That young lady works awful hard, and I think you've worked him a little too hard. And again, I appreciate, because our daggone sheep always chewed their wool out, and we had a hard time keeping boots like that underneath them. Sometimes I think when we have big boots, we think we can't take it all off. And I guess for me, and I have to look at this one pretty closely, I think we need to knock his knees down. He's a little steep anyway, and then when you have that boot coming that far forward, I think it kind of accentuates, in my opinion, the somewhat problem he might have out of his front end. And as we watch him move, he does come up a little more restricted in his length of step out of his front end. So again, I appreciate what it takes to keep it, but also appreciate what it takes to make it look right and make his skeleton look right. That is, on the top side, one of the really big rib, big top sheep we've had that's still really hard to the touch. He's firm. Again, from a carcass merit standpoint, we will never, ever throw a dart at that kind. I'm going to get a little tougher on his skeleton, especially the way that he's assembled up in the front third of his body. But very good sheep. Can you switch him and use, again, one of the big, tall, good-looking rascals we have here in third? We can, but I think as we study him top to bottom, I don't read the top shape to be the same as we go to the surface on him. I don't think he's cracked open naturally as wide underneath and with the real muscular shape like we find in that rascal we have here in second. But he is one good-looking dude. And he's got the bells and whistles when it comes to the boots underneath. I like that, no doubt about it. But I just read him to be a nickel flatter in the way that he's constructed. So, again, nice job, and we have in those first three sheep to work with. Then I think as I kind of sorted through these other two here, again, I thought this class was really a challenge. And the next two sheep, I think the big thing I would say, and you can see it here, the ability for them to get their neck up out of their blade, get their shoulders set back into their skeleton right's a little bit more of a challenge for both of those. And that's what kind of makes the difference between them and the first three that we have in here. There's probably, again, from the standpoint of muscle, a better sheep that we have here in fourth than what we might talk about in third. Standpoint of just muscle shape and hardness, there's no doubt about it. But the front third of both of those is a little bit more challenge. I thought there was just a little more quality in the underpinning and just the overall look of the sheep that we wind up in fourth versus the young lady that we have here in fifth. So, yeah, nice job. This is so fun to not only work through quality sheep, but just quality young people. So give them all a good hand. They've certainly deserved it.
Folks, we have what appears to be a lost and found item up here. It looks like a dentures case. There's a name etched in it. It says T. Swift. If anyone would like to claim that, please come forward to the announcer stand. Your results from the previous class: placing ninth, Catherine Jones, representing Webb County 4-H. In eighth, Barrett Collins, representing Hayes County 4-H. In seventh, Madison Houston from Terrell County 4-H. Sixth, Kylie Nugent, representing McLennan County 4-H. Fifth, Avery Russell from Zephyr FFA. Fourth, Ethan Irwin, representing Hood County 4-H. Third, London Watson from Blooming Grove FFA. Second, Reagan Miller from Denver City FFA. And your class winner was Briscoe Black from Brown County 4-H. Congratulations. For TLBA results from that same class, placing eighth, Barrett Collins, breeder is Hill Country Show Lambs. Seventh, Madison Houston, breeder is Newsom Livestock. Fourth, Ethan Irwin, breeder is Rockin' Sea Farms. Congratulations.
Thank you for giving a round of applause for these lamb exhibitors. Worked hard. Folks, let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
You know, we probably didn't pull as many in here, but I thought the quality was a little deeper than the last class. And again, just extremely good up on the top end. These two sheep resemble one another in many ways. They're both very athletic. They're good-looking rascals. When we ask the kids to get out underneath them, And I think really when you get your hands on him, I hope you would agree with me, there's just a better handling sheep here in our class winner. He's just a nickel leaner over his forerib. You get this guy going away from you. He's shaped up really good from behind. He's got a nice pin set. He's full out to his dock. I like the twist in him. Just a little bit more lower leg as he leaves me. And again, just puts a lot of really, really nice things together. And fortunate sheep because he's also got a good showman stuck up ahead of him. So very nice job here in these two, and I just thought just a little better handling sheep in first than what we have in second. Again, I don't think in my mind I could ever get these two out of the top pair. I just think they're so much alike in terms of their skeletal build, their quality, the way they hook their neck into their shoulder and their spines. Again, those things we've talked about the last couple of days. I just think he does it just a little bit nicer. So the sheep in third, we pulled him a little late, and again, not because I didn't think he was good enough. It's just because we had lots of other good sheep we'd already pulled sooner. He's a good handling rascal. It's very lean. He's very tidy in the lower third of his body in terms of no extra fat deposition. Again, he mirrors the same image from the side of what we do up here in the first two slots. The difference is, as we kind of worked our way to the bottom of this sheep, he's a little closer to his knees. He don't travel quite as true up out of his front end. And just in general, I don't think he's just as naturally wide in his makeup. Skeletal makeup, that is what we work with here in first and second. But a good sheep, and again, it just seems pretty logical the way these things kind of stack here in the first three, in my opinion. So again, a good class to work through and three very good sheep to tie into. I guess as we look here, and again, this young lady had to work really hard that ends up here in fourth. There's times, and I've told another young lady already left us here, that this sheep here, he can get just a little awkward in the way that he's built and designed down his top, and especially the way he hooks his loin, heel of his loin in particular, into his hip. He's one of those, though, once we get him stopped, and when he has the moment where he kind of presents himself, and certainly one of them is right here now, he can sure kind of give you a nice image. So again, he's big, he's long, he's tall fronted, he's upstanding, he's got all the things that we like. And we've talked about in the three sheep ahead of him. I just didn't think he was always as true down his top. I don't see him tying quite as deep in his leg like we have in these first three, but good sheep, very good sheep. As we end here in the top five, again, this one's opened up just a little bit more in his blade and his shoulder. And as we work back in and behind that, then he's got a monster rack, but it was more so the way he was constructed at the top of his shoulder blade down to the point of his shoulder that I wanted to build him just a little bit differently if we could. But again, behind that is a truck full of muscle and sheep there underneath it. He's big boned, and again, I think pretty athletic for one that has that kind of weight to him. So very nice class. This is maybe one of the classes that if you kind of look at consistency 1 through 5, I thought we were sure able to do that. Maybe that's the judge's fault, but at any rate, I thought we had him in here in this class. Give a nice hand. Let's give this young fella here a big congratulations.
Your results from the previous class. Placing ninth, JT Tovar, representing Eagle Pass FFA. In eighth, Preston Dillinger, representing Glasscock County 4-H. In seventh, Tatum Duncan, representing Lampasas County 4-H. In sixth, Kaylee Dunn from Randall County 4-H. In fifth, Maggie White from Lubbock County 4-H. In fourth, Bristol Fisher from Bell County 4-H. Third, McKinley Clem from New Home FFA. Second, Presley Paul, representing King County 4-H. And your class winner was Shep Silvers from Junction FFA. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from that same class. Preston Dillinger, breeder is Jimmy Struby Club Lambs. In eighth. In fifth, Maggie White, breeder is Real Country Genetics. And in second, Presley Paul, breeder is Oliver Club Lambs. Congratulations. Folks, a quick interesting fact about the Market Lamb Show here in San Antonio. A total of 254 lambs will make the premium sale, and there are 254 counties in Texas, coincidentally. Let's give these kids a hand as they exit. give these kids a hand as they exit. Made it really far in a tough class.
Well, we could stand out here. I could debate a long time. I don't know that there's a real logical way, in my opinion, to sort these, and I'm sure parents, grandparents of the owners in second, third, and fourth, and fifth are saying, well, there is a logical way. But, I think, again, each of the three up here kind of throw me a bit of a curveball when we get them out here. And they're all nice sheep. I guess what I finally have concluded is I've tried to stick with my guns on design, tall-fronted, sheep that run uphill, neck set in their shoulder right, good underlines, good spine, good tail head. And I think what we have to do is I'm going to take a little bit of a finer bone, maybe just a little more of a sissified weather here, but because of his design, the way that he looks out here from the profile, holds the skeleton together, both as he stands and he travels, I'm going to stick with that. And I told you I was going to make that commitment yesterday earlier, and we're going to try to do it as much as possible. Now, again, I kind of trace him top to bottom. I don't read him to be as burly underneath and his bone, his base width, and the way that he's in a lower skeleton like we have up high. And so I see that more in the weather that we have here in second. Again, I'm thinking, can I make that weather second good enough looking? And there's times you can. He's just, for me, he kind of runs downhill. He's a little lower set in his blade and his shoulder, his neck junction. This young man does a good job in getting him presented out here. He can get a little rough down his top. The way he hooks his loin into his jump muscle, maybe not quite as appealing, but where I think he is exceptionally good is at the ground. Good feet, they toe ahead straight. He's so much better in a skeleton on both ends than maybe what I would say on the two sheep that surround him on either side. So again, that's what makes this decision pretty tough to me. I have to say, okay, are we going to take one that's maybe not exactly been my speed all day long or all day yesterday versus one whose design just fits me a little bit better. Young lady that ends up here in third, again, I can't handle his front legs, okay? He's big, long, extended, handles nice in terms of, some trimness, but he's just too whacked out up front. And then as we kind of watch his sheep, the longer we played the game out here, again, I don't think he's real special in the way that he's made in his hip and his hind leg. So earlier he came in and he hit me pretty hard because he's out here prancing around, but again, he's just not built right, and in my opinion, from his knee to the ground out of his front end. So, but it makes for an interesting group, I think, up here in the top three. Then, young lady, I tell you, you just beat the heck out of that sheep, and I think you need to relax. That is a pretty good sheep. He's a little too flat-bodied. He's not as round-ribbed and opened up as the sheep ahead of you. But again, I see a lot of positives in him. He's long, he's high cutability, he's trim. We're getting at this weight where a lot of sheep are just too fat for me. I told a lot of kids, and of course that fat kind of blends things together, but there's too much of these sheep that got too much fat up in their forerib for me personally. This guy does not. He's really high cutability. He's just a little too flat in his rib, and in general, he just needs to be cracked open a little bit wider from one end to the other. Again, this sheep, I was not in love with him early on. I think I told this young man, I don't think he has enough muscle to be super competitive, but he's smooth, he's well balanced, he gets a nice presentation out here by this showman. And again, I don't think he is overwhelmed with muscle, but as I start to compare him and the way he was holding himself together a little bit better than some other sheep that I think have more muscle, more correctness to their composition here in the class, I just felt like from a design standpoint, again, he needed to sit up here in the top five. All right, again, congratulations. I had to work a little harder for an extra cheeseburger here on this class, but I think it turns out to be a very nice class. Congratulations to all of you.
Your results from that last class: placing 9th, Grant Lackey, representing Haskell FFA. In 8th, Michaela Swerk, representing Palmer County 4-H. In 7th, Macy Morse from Splendora FFA. In 6th, Aiden Leinenkugel, representing Roosevelt FFA. In 5th, Carson Noisy from Comal County 4-H. In 4th, Riley Clark, representing River Road FFA. In 3rd, Landry Lane from Parker County 4-H. 2nd is Tristan Neal, representing Smyre FFA. And your class winner was Hazen Hoffman from Glasscock County 4-H. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from that same class: placing 6th, Aiden Leinenkugel, breeder is R Livestock, and your class winner, Hazen Hoffman, breeder is Neff Livestock. All right, at this time, I'll be introducing your class winners in the light heavy division. Your class 39 winner was Carson Schaefer, represents Martins Mill FFA. His parents are Mark and Leslie. Enjoys showing sheep, playing basketball, going to church, and doing robotics. Wants to go to Texas A&M. Y'all give him a hand. Your class 40 winner was Briscoe Black. He represents Brown County 4-H. His parents are Colton and Catherine. He enjoys showing, judging livestock, and playing six-man football. He wants to go to Texas Tech. Your class 41 winner was Shep Silvers. He represents Junction FFA. His parents are Sam and Jeree. He enjoys hunting, fishing, and showing sheep. He would also like to go to Texas Tech University. Your class 42 winner was Hazen Hoffman. She represents Glasscock County 4-H. Her parents are Jamie and Cade Hoffman. She enjoys showing sheep and goats and wants to go to Texas Tech. Second in class 39 was Andrea Phillips. She represents Coleman FFA. Her parents are Rob and Jessica. She likes softball, track, livestock judging, veterinary medicine, and showing. She's undecided where she wants to go, but she wants to look at animal chiropractic therapy and embryology. Let's give her a hand. In class 40, your second place was shown by Reagan Miller. She represents Denver City FFA. Her parents are Derek and Ashley Miller. She enjoys showing livestock and swimming, and she would like to attend Texas Tech University. Your second place in class 41 was Presley Paul. She represents King County 4-H. Her parents are Andrew and Amanda. She enjoys showing sheep, playing softball and basketball, and she would like to go to Texas Tech. Your second place in class 42 was Tristan Neal. He's from Smyre FFA. His parents are Jason and Tammy. He enjoys wakeboarding and showing sheep, and he wants to go to Texas A&M. Another good division, lots of kids that did really well. Y'all give them all a hand.
Again, with great anticipation, so excited to get them all back out here and see how it kind of shakes out. And reflecting back on to our second division, I think what we'll see and be able to see more so, maybe we bring them all back out here later on, that I think this is going to be a little bit of a replication of our last division, and how the two sheep that end up representing the champion reservist division are going to mimic a lot of what we did in the last division, if you will. I think there's going to be a lot of similarities to them. And again, I think this has been a strong division. I thought in the last one there was just that one that was really kind of a shining star. I think out here it gets a little closer though. So let's give these young people a nice hand. I'm going to select the two, and then what I'd like to do is to give you just a little bit of the differences in how I saw them. But I think the only way to kind of keep it a little bit suspenseful is I pick them first before I tell you. So again, congratulations, and this young man that won our first class is going to represent our champion this division. Congratulations. You betcha. Keep him in here, though, all right? All right, our little fellow that comes out of our third class division will be our reserve. Congratulations. If we could, real quick, let's park him head to tail. And if you remember, if you've been here, again, I think this one that wins to me, he is so good. As I get up in the floor of his chest, his bone work, his forearm, he's true at the ground up front. His bone work is incredibly good. He's just a lot rounder rib, and he's just square all the way back. I think as I study him out of his blade into his hip and down to the ground, I just like the way this thing is constructed, front to rear, top to bottom. It's just hard for me to pick a hole in him. Now, again, our reserve, like a reserve in the last division, big up front, a long neck, smooth made. This kid's a hand in getting him presented out here. High cutability sheep. I like that about him. Again, he's got a little bit more frame. He's just a little more refined in his bone. I don't see him being quite as round in that forerib like we have in our champion, but holy smokers, really good. This is going to be fun here in a few minutes. Let's give these two guys a nice hand.
Your light heavyweight division winner is Carson Schaefer, and your reserve is Shep Silvers. Congratulations. You know, folks, since our head ring steward's name is Watt, I think we have decided per consensus that our assistant ringman, Jackson here, we're going to change his name to Amp. Any electricians in the house will appreciate that.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Class 46 medium wools should check in. Class 46.
Good job to these kids. We appreciate all their effort making it so far in a challenging class.
Love your enthusiasm here late in the day, and that's good. These kids deserve it. It's another very good class, and again, it gets a little more complicated out here. We're starting to get into some maturity and some issues with conditioning on some of them, and you know, again, we're not starting with the big, hard-muscled sheep. And again, I'm not going to apologize. I just think this one is really impeccable in his design at this weight. Hooks his neck so nice into his blade, dead on in his spine, his tail set. He's good at the surface from the side. Again, all of them are a little crazy up front in the way they handle their front feet. That's a little bit of a trend, I think, that we're seeing in most of these sheep. But this one here, I think, is really, and again, he has enough muscle. I don't, if you want one really creased up and ripped up and big stand-up racket, this is not your sheep, but for me, he's got enough product because his dimensions, I think, are really good. So again, we just keep right in doing what we've been doing throughout the day in terms of design. Now, again, you like them a little more creased up, a little more aggressive in shape. This old boy, big old boy right here, has done a good job in getting that one shown. And again, really good to the touch for a sheep at this weight. He's still very clean over his forerib, really nice in his top, the way we have fed this one here. Very expressive in his muscle. He's a little rounder hip. He's not as long. He's not quite as flexible, I don't think, out of his blade and his knee like the sheep that we have here winning the class. But, partner, you worked up a sweat. You need a cold one when you get back to the box. So, and when I get in a bar fight, I want you on my team, right? All right, young lady, your weather really long-bodied, and again, we like that, but it kind of gets to a bit of a detriment out here. He's just a little shallower build, and I think at this weight, these two, and God, I hate using the term, they're a little more moderate. And it kind of fits their weight just a little bit better. He looks maybe a little bigger in kind at this weight range, but extremely long. Again, what I think is pretty unique about him, he stays very flexible, very correct in his spine, the way he's hooked up in his top line as we put him on the drive. He's very clean when I get my hands on him. We don't find a lot of extra conditioning on him. And so compositionally, I think he has a big advantage over the weather we have here in fourth. In fourth, a really stout one again. We open one up big in his chest and back end. He's just massive up in his top, bold in his rib. Again, I think the dimension part is really there. We got one that's a little thicker necked, a little rounder shouldered. He's starting to put just a little bit more fat up out of his front end, but just a horse in terms of real dimension from top to bottom down to the surface in terms of the base width that he has. This blue sheep's, again, a little prettier up in his neck and his shoulder, and I think of the top five, a nickel finer bone, and as we kind of study him in the floor of his chest, we get down at the ground on him, he gets a bit base narrow relative to the four that are up here ahead of him, but certainly a nice sheep up on the top side. We've kept this one reasonably lean and certainly gives you a nice look from the side in terms of his profile when we get him stopped. So again, congratulations, a nice job, and we just kind of keep doing what we're doing here up on the top end.
results from your previous class. Placing ninth, Cheyenne Garza, representing Weslaco FFA. Eighth, Camille Coker from Sulphur Springs FFA. Seventh, Braylon Westbrook from Toller FFA. Sixth, Pash Gibbs from Valverde County 4-H. Fifth, Hallie Joe Radford from San Patricio County 4-H. Fourth, Jordan Rocheski, representing Dawson County 4-H. Third, Molly Harris from Idalou FFA. Second, Kellen Ardall, representing Hico FFA. And your class winner was Brinley Cody from Florence FFA. Congratulations. appreciate all those kids and their work. Give these kiddos a hand as they exit. We appreciate their work and effort. Your TLBA results from the prior class. In your TLBA results from the prior class, placing third, Molly Harris. Breeder is Neal Family Showstock. Congratulations.
She must have brought the whole town with her. Good for her. You know, again, the challenge, and probably for me, I want to try to keep these things as much as possible right on conditioning. We've had a lot of good, big, powerful sheep, and several of them here. A lot of them we've sent out the ring that they're just too fat for me. They're loaded up over their forerib, and I mean, you don't really get it from the outside because they're really smooth and they handle hard. But you know, you kind of study them out of their blade, their forerib. You know, they're plenty fat. So again, whether you like it or not, we're going to try to keep them reasonably lean as much as possible. In this weather, he projects that very nicely. You know, again, a really trim-bodied, long, smooth. Again, not one of those that we're just going to sit on the mic and brag about how great he handles. He's got enough muscle, but I like his composition. I like the trim, high cutability look that he presents out here. Yeah, I'd like to make him heavier boned. I'd like to make him wolfier. Yeah, we could do all those things, but I think he ends up being the best sheep here in the group. Now, the sheep in second is some of that. He's got a big forearm. He's probably, in terms of his foot, his bone work underneath, even underneath the shag, I think there's more to him. He's really, really opened up in the floor of his chest back into his hip. There's some product. I don't know that he has an ultra fresh shape to his loin. He's a nickel fat over his forerib, and for me, he just kind of runs downhill a little too much. Doesn't set his neck as nicely into his blade. His blades are opened up a little bit more up high again. Just kind of one of those maturity things, I think, on him that maybe just doesn't fit my speed quite as nicely as the weather that wins the class. My complication was, and again, where do I fit the blue sheep in here? He mimics a little bit more on the top end in terms of being a little more elevated, trimmer bodied, if you will, especially the lower third. As I study his skeleton, I think he's probably just a nickel too straight off both ends, and probably more so off his hind leg. And then again, as I kind of see him, you know, through his chest, down at the floor, center part of his body, I don't think he's as opened up as especially the weather here in second, and maybe not any better than what we have here in our class winner. So again, he kind of throws a little bit of a curveball in here. I do like the really trim look that he gives us in this particular group. Another one that I bounce this around a lot. You know, he's extra long body. He's a little bigger in his skeletal makeup than what we have up here in these first two. And again, it maybe doesn't fit together quite as nicely as we have up here. I do like the cutability that he represents, the trimness that he has. Again, he's a little crazier on his front feet. He toes out a little bit more up front. And I just see him as being a little flatter bodied, especially as we get back into his lower leg. Kind of trace him down the surface, but up high, he's really quite nice. And then the young lady, we have one that's a little tougher to get presented out here just because of the attitude of the sheep. She does a very nice job in what she has to work with out here. He's a nice sheep. He's a little flatter ribbed. He's probably not as overpowering as what we have in 2 or 3 up here ahead of him. He doesn't have maybe quite the special look to him. But again, you just start saying, well, what's really wrong? We can't get real critical of anything just big time wrong with him. Just some little things, I think, from a comparative sense that we'd maybe like to tweak on him. So there's sheep behind him, several of them that have more power and muscle. And like I said, and I told most of them, we have maybe a little more conditioning in some of those sheep up in their forerib than what I personally like. All right, good job. You got your whole standing ovation out here, so congratulations to you.
Class number 47 is entering the arena at this time. 43 head in class that range in weight from 167 to 171 pounds. Results from the previous class. Placing ninth, Mason Simpson, representing Williamson County 4-H. In eighth, Brody Fisher from Florence FFA. Seventh was Mason Sharpton from Brazos County 4-H. Sixth was Blake Burns from Eastland FFA. Fifth was Layla Palos from Corsicana FFA. Fourth was Briley Edmonston from San Saba County 4-H. Third, Carter Llewellyn from Palmer County 4-H. Second, Aubrey Racheski from Dawson County 4-H. And your class winner was Jolie Halls from Fall City FFA. Congratulations. Give these kids a hand as they exit, please.
Folks, let's give these kids a hand as they exit the ring.
Well, again, this is a situation when this rascal walks in, my jaw drops. I mean, this thing, I think, is a creature at 170 pounds. The best 170-pound sheep I've ever seen, but don't get all giddy. I don't do 1,000 sheep shows, okay? So it ain't like I've earned a lot of stripes in this deal here. But I tell you what, that thing is a coyote out here. He is so good looking, beautiful rib cage, big old fresh top. Got a nice handle to him. This little kid's got a little attitude like a sheep, and I like that, okay? That's a good deal. So good winner chicken dinner right here. And then I think where I really struggle is which one do we use for second? Again, I think there are reasons we can do it. The weather I end up with is one that's just at times I can really not like him because of the way he's hooked his loin into his hip. And we have a pretty astute showman. She knows that. She's usually trying to work on that. But when we put him on the go, that thing is so much better than the next two. He's a lot better out of his front end. He's truer at the ground. To me, he pulls that spine back up together the way it needs to be when we put him on the go out here. So he has enough muscle. In fact, that's why we moved that sheep that's in fourth down. I think the turn to this one's hip and lower leg is good enough. It's not near as wolfy as the one that we have standing third to him, but it's enough for me. And again, I like his length. I like his flexibility. The trueness of this sheep and his front third of his skeleton is what kind of allows him to go ahead and set up here in the second hole. This one in third, again, he's very deceptive to me because he's a little finer boned, he's a little tubier in his rib cage, and my expectations are not to have that big old whale ass in him, if you will. Again, it just doesn't fit. That hip doesn't fit the lower part of his skeleton for me. He is big square backed. He's hard handling. I mean, he's creased up in his top. So compositionally, that thing is pretty good. I think he needs more bone. He needs a nickel more rib to accommodate all the muscle that we have laying into this one here. But he's unique. I mean, he's different. And I guess the other thing I would say, he gets a little crazy off his front legs, kind of throwing them out when he goes. But he's still got a nice hip design and a hind leg in the way that sets underneath him. Again, this sheep that we end up here in fourth, I pulled him a little earlier, and I thought, when he first came in, he kind of, again, he's easy for me to like. He's up-headed. He's athletic out here in the way that he kind of prances around. He becomes a little bit more average on muscle shape, and especially as we get in the lower part of his leg. Again, I question how he is really designed in his knee and off his front end. He kind of has a tendency. We get to running these sheep around here a little too quick, and I think sometimes it hurts some of these that are just on the edge. He starts to throwing them front feet out, and I don't think he travels quite as true as he probably needs to. But it's a hard read when we start to kind of preach or run them around out here as quick as we do. This next one, again, we didn't pull him real quick, and for me, an incredible sheep to handle underneath the hide. He's got an old ugly swirly hide and lots of wrinkles running up his neck, but big squared up back, really trim. He handles great. We fed this one hard and yet didn't get him too fat. His bone work's really good. So again, you start thinking about things that are really important in a market lamb. He has it. Now, does he have the real elite look that I like? Probably not. He's just a little wrinkly in his neck. It doesn't set in his blade quite as nicely, but a good sheep. And like I told that man right there in front of him from his forerib back, that's an awful nice kind of a sheep. All right, very good job. Partner, you got the best 170-pound lamb I've ever seen. Congratulations.
Your heavyweight medium wolves are coming in the ring now. 46 entries in class. They're ranging weight from 172 to 175 pounds. Your results from the previous class: placing ninth, Evelyn McCormick from Cooper Lubbock FFA. In eighth, Madden Wise from Brown County 4-H. Seventh, Ashton Gaskins from Montgomery County 4-H. In sixth, Sydney Hanslick from Clyde FFA. In fifth, Case Jones representing Ellis County 4-H. In fourth, Caselyn Etheridge from Cooper Lubbock FFA. In third, Gavin Slough representing Tarrant County 4-H. Second, Cambry Boder representing Navarro FFA. And your class winner, Jet James from Grayson County 4-H. Congratulations. Thank you to these young people for all their work and effort. Let's give these kids a hand for making it so far in the heavyweight class.
Well, very good. And again, I love the enthusiasm. Sometimes these stock shows just get way too damn boring. But I tell you what, y'all have kept her alive, and I think that's good. And I guess when you do it, it makes me feel a little surprised. I think that's a good sheep. I guess I have no doubt in my mind he wins the class. And again, he's just a sheep that has this kind of mass, big leg. He's really good down in his twist. He covers his tracks very nicely, and yet still we get up on the front side of him and got a nice shape to his neck. He's got a little more middle to him maybe than what I've been selecting, but still we're looking at some big old heavy rascals here, and I think that's just a pretty easy winner for me. I thought the race was really for second, and I think, again, we can justify any of the next four sheep here in the lineup. As the game goes on and we play longer out here, this one just held together better. He has a nice combination of some design. He's really clean in his pattern. I like the way his old spine is hooked up out of his blade. And quite honestly, as we get in the floor of his chest, you get back behind him, down in his twist, his lower leg, there's just more sheep, I think, inside of him than the Blue Weather that we had pulled a little earlier. This Blue Weather, again, he comes in and he does demand your attention. You know, there's some things aesthetically that do that. Big legs, you know, the boot wool that he has. He's got a striking profile to him. a nice showman stuck up in front of him. So again, you're gravitated towards him. And I like him from a design standpoint. I think of the 5 we have left out here, I think it's pretty easy to call him the lightest muscle. We get back in his twist, his lower leg. He just isn't opened up quite as big and bold and as muscular, I don't think, as the sheep that we have standing around him. You know, the sheep in 4th, again, another one I kind of toy with where I really need to stick him. I like the productive rib cage, the muscle that he has, the bone work underneath him. Again, he still looks good on the move, not great, not elite. And I think where he gets in a little bit of a struggle, when I say not elite, up in his front end when we put him on the move. He's a little bit more of a pouty sheep. He sulks a little bit more and kind of rolls his neck down into his shoulder. He just doesn't get up and look real proud out here. But from there back, I think a real good kind of a productive sheep. And quite honestly, he's got enough more muscle if you want to switch him and run him up into 3rd and maybe even 2nd. I don't have a problem with it. Now, if it's all about muscle, the sheep that ends up in 5th, he's the class winner. That is one big forearm, big bladed rascal, big old hip on the other end. It comes at a little bit of a cost of being just a nickel course for me up and through his neck and his shoulder. I just like to kind of smoothen him up down his spine, his top line just a bit more. But heavy duty, big feet, big bone, lots of muscle with him. Good job, and I guess I'm not surprised you win. Congratulations.
Your results from the prior class: in ninth, Carson Bradley representing Kendall County 4-H. In eighth, Kinsley Sawyer from Bernie FFA. In seventh, Kylie Kerr representing Live Oak County 4-H. In sixth, Caden Davila representing Austin County 4-H. In fifth, Briley Moore from Jones County 4-H. Fourth, Cole Hines representing Stratford FFA. Third, Rancho Jalufka representing Mills County 4-H. Second, Wade Hedfeld representing Calallen FFA. And your class winner was Rebecca Dunn from Mount Pleasant FFA. Congratulations. Folks, we've got a Vista Bank credit card that was found in the parking lot. If you can identify that, we'll be glad to give it back to you. Our TLBA results from that prior class: in eighth, Kinsley Sawyer, breeder is Moore Livestock. In fifth, Briley Moore, breeder is 3S Livestock. And in second, Wade Hedfeld, breeder is Silvers Livestock. Congratulations. This time I'd like to introduce your heavyweight class winners. Your class 45 winner is Brinley Cody. She represents Florence FFA. Her parents are Josh and Ashley. She enjoys showing livestock and especially spending time with her family. She wants to go to Texas Tech. Your class 46 winner was Jolie Hall. She represents Fall City FFA. Her parents are Josh and Aaron. She enjoys showing lambs and goats and playing golf, and she wants to go to Texas Tech. Your class 47 winner was Jet James. He represents Grayson County 4-H. His parents are Luke and Lauren. He enjoys showing steers and sheep and playing football. He wants to go to OSU to judge Texas majors and own a cattle company. That's what he wants to do in the future. Your class 48 winner was Rebecca Dunn. She represents Mount Pleasant FFA. Her parents are Catherine and Jason, Nikki and Eric. She enjoys showing livestock and rodeoing. She wants to go to OSU and become a neurosurgeon. Second place, class 45, was Kellen Ardall. He represents Heiko FFA. His parents are Kelly and Shelby Goen. He enjoys showing, raising goats, and hunting. Wants to go to Tarleton. Second in class 46 was Aubrey Racheski. She represents Dawson County 4-H. Her parents are Gary and Heather. She enjoys sports and showing sheep. She wants to head to Texas A&M. Your class 47 second place was Cambry Boder. She represents Navarro FFA. Her parents are Amy and Kenny. She enjoys shooting sports and livestock judging. She wants to go to Texas A&M and become a vet. Second place in class 48 was Wade Hedfeld. He represents Calallen FFA. His parents are Kelly and TW. He enjoys showing sheep. He wants to go to Texas Tech and become an engineer. Seen a great set of kids in the heavyweights. Y'all give them all a big hand. Previous division champions and reserve champions in the medium wool breed, please make your way to the holding area now.
Well, it couldn't have ended any better, and we're not done yet. But boy, I tell you, this heavyweight division, incredible. And again, I think it's only appropriate we give these, and several have already went home, a nice hand for making this show just as outstanding as it was. Congratulations to another fine division out here. So again, I think I felt very fortunate today. First of all, I'm still upright. I'm still walking. I'm a little stiff and sore. But It just seems like every division, there's just been that one that just kind of takes it to the next level, and I think that's just pretty daggone cool. So we've made this little guy work a little hard out here. I thought maybe he had ice running through his veins, and I asked him if he was getting a little nervous. He said, yeah, I really am. So he ain't quite as cool as he thinks, but he got a daggone cool sheep. Class 3 winner, wins this division pretty handily. Congratulations to him. Well, again, I think this race for reserve of the 3 divisions or 4 we've had today, this is the toughest for the reserve, because I'm kind of leaning towards our heavy and our lightweight class winners out here, and for different reasons. Obviously, you can see that they're both quality sheep, but quality in a different area. So I think the one that I find just a bit more intriguing happens to be the sheep that comes out of Class 1. He'll be our reserve.
Your heavyweight division champion is shown by Jet James, and your reserve by Brindley Cody. Congratulations. Here in your medium wool breed drive, I'd like to introduce your lightweight division winner, Will Schultz. Y'all give him a hand. Your medium weight division winner was Dolly Job. Your light heavyweight division winner was Carson Schaefer. And your heavyweight division winner, Jet James. Your lightweight division runner-up was Keegan Flowers. Medium weight division runner-up, Olivia Sandy. Your light heavyweight division runner-up, Shep Silvers. And your heavyweight division runner-up, Brindley Cody.
All right, we're going to try to move right along. It's a shame I look out here, and we got a good crowd, don't get me wrong, but I was thinking throughout the day these stands were full, and now when it really counts, we're half empty, and it's too bad, but the ones that really care are still here, and I appreciate that. And, man, I tell you what, I told Watts, this has been everything more than I thought it could ever be in terms of quality. Just every classic kept coming in this gate, sheep after sheep that I really like. And, we started out in that first division with one that I thought was just really nice. And I still think he's really nice out here. He's got the right kind of design and image. He's cutability-wise, he kind of fits me. He's not as big-boned. He's not quite pulled apart like some in behind him here. But he better not be, because he don't weigh anything like the three sheep in behind him. The one that won that second division, the Michael Jordan out here, and again, I think that thing is just poetry when you put him on the lead. He is so good in his running gear, his neat knee and his front feet, the way he sets down on them, he stays so collected in his spine. He's got that, unique look in his leg and the way that he is shaped and designed in his twist and from his hock to the ground. You don't build him much better than that. I think he is so good on the go out here. And again, I referred to him as the Michael Jordan or the Patrick Mahomes, and I think he does still carry a really unique look out here in this lineup. And then I think the other thing that, again, for some of you it makes no difference, but I'll be honest with you, that extra white that he has, again, the bling that he has, it was one of those deals. I remember when he talked about 3 steps in the ring, he just captured my attention very quick out here. And then in Division 3, like I said, you're going to end up with one here that mimics the one right ahead of him, and I still believe that. He's really opened up and round in his rib cage. He's a nickel longer bodied. The sheep right ahead of him, he's a little more elevated up into his front end. There's no doubt about it. I think he, too, is really pretty daggone special when you get him out here. And Iceman on the end. You got a good sheep, there ain't no doubt about it. Now, here's one thing that I think is important to me, and I know in the world of showing today, I watch a lot of it, I don't judge a lot of it anymore, but we're always in a tendency of getting the freaky ones, the wild ones, the exotic ones, and sometimes I think it's pretty important, if we can, to keep things in the industry perspective. And again, industry perspective and what I'm getting at on that sheep, I think that is a really, really good 170-pound sheep. The problem I have is he's just a nickel too big for me in terms of weight. Now, in the world of steer show, we might say let's add another 100 pounds on him, okay? I mean, in the steer world, we've made these things a lot bigger and heavier because the industry has accepted it, and I think in the world of sheep, that would be a little bit of a, again, if I wanted to try to keep real world things together in here, that would be the only thing I'd tell a wise man down there on the end. If we could fix him, we'd maybe make him a little lighter weight. That's a good heavyweight sheep. He's proud of him, and I like that, okay? So, you know what? The other thing I want to mention real quick is the other thing I've really enjoyed is as these young people come out here for our grands and so forth, we listen about their ambition and what they want to do in life, and I think that is so cool. And I'll tell you, you just keep charging on. I never had big dreams like that. I grew up just a good old farm boy in eastern Kansas. I never thought I'd even go to college. My parents kind of made me go to college. And so, again, I didn't have big dreams or big ambitions like that until I got to college and realized that there's another world. And I still have deep ties in agriculture. My family's still very involved on the agriculture side. But I hope one thing, whatever they dream to do and end up doing, I hope they always circle back to what we do here in agriculture, because it's important that we have young people like this. Let's give them all a nice hand. I'm going to go pick 2 that I think are extra special today. Class Division 2 is the one that suits me best. In that division, I said, I thought this one here is pretty special, and I still do. Again, he's a lot like our heavyweight. He's a lot like the reserve in that Division 3, really elevated, tall-fronted, smooth, built really nice. Again, I think that is an incredibly good sheep. The difference is, for me, the one that kind of follows the one that we just selected, just a little rounder rib, a little square built from end to end, actually comes out of Division 3. He's going to be a reserve champion.
Your champion medium wool is shown by Dally Job, and your reserve champion medium wool is shown by Carson Schaefer. Congratulations. At this time, I'd like to introduce your reserve breed champion winners. Our reserve champion Southdown was exhibited by Quinn Dixon from Sterling County 4-H. Y'all give her a hand. Your reserve champion fine wool was shown by Zane Burnside. Your reserve champion fine wool cross was shown by Dylan Wunderlich. Your reserve champion Dorper was exhibited by Lauren Thompson, representing Bell County 4-H. And your reserve champion medium wool was shown by Carson Schaefer, representing Martins Mills FFA. Your champion Southdown was shown by Madison Mutina, representing Riesel FFA. She'll be receiving a $10,000 scholarship in addition to her buckle. Your champion fine wool was shown by Rhett Dixon. Your champion fine wool cross was exhibited by Sydney Newsom, representing Edwards County 4-H. Your champion Dorper was exhibited by Brandon White from Johnson County 4-H. Your champion medium wool was shown by Dally Job from Palo Pinto County 4-H.
Folks, while we're waiting and we're preparing to bring our lambs in for our grand champion. Let me step back over here where Jess normally is, and maybe we won't get any feedback. But I want to take a special moment just here before we come back into our grand drive. As many of you know, our superintendents are critical for how we run our show and for how smooth it runs. Not to mention our volunteers. Our volunteers put in countless hours for your kiddos, and so let's give our volunteers a big round of applause for everything that they do, please. And I know we're at the point where there's not near as many people in the stands, and I wish there were, because I just want to take a chance here to recognize Mr. Kyle Smith, who has been one of our superintendents for over 20 years, has just done a tremendous job, and so I want to recognize him. I can't think of how many interns that you have mentored, and I know I've interned under him for 3 years and learned so much from him, and then when I came on board here 5 years ago, have still continued to learn from him and his leadership. And so again, just everything that he's done for the youth of Texas, which is something that we are so thrilled to do here at San Antonio. But he's done that through his extension career, through his roles in superintendents, both here and at Houston and many other places. And again, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Smith for everything that you have done. Appreciate that.
Now, for the last time, I'll introduce your breed winners. Your champion Southdown was shown by Madison Mutina. Y'all give her a hand. Your reserve champion Southdown was shown by Quinn Dixon. Your champion final was shown by Rhett Dixon. Your reserve champion final was shown by Zane Burnside. Champion final cross was shown by Sydney Newsom. Your reserve champion final cross was shown by Dylan Wunderlich. Your champion Dorper shown by Brandon White. Reserve champion Dorper, Lauren Thompson. Your champion medium wool, Dally Job. And your reserve champion medium wool, Carson Schaefer. Y'all please put your hands together and thank Dr. Shockey for all his work with our kids.
Well, it's been an awesome 2 days, and I've taken a lot of time. And again, I have told you several times I don't apologize because I've been on your side of the fence. I know what it means to watch your kids show, and you want to make sure you get a fair shake and get the judge's best evaluation of your young person's animal. And I tried to do that for you. I tried to be honest. Again, I'm just a cowboy from Kansas, but I do like this sheep thing. Our youngest son showed quite a few, and I always liked what we were able to do out here. And I tell you what, I had no idea what I was getting into in terms of quality. I guess from Kansas, we always think, boy, Houston has the big show. They're the really good ones. Mr. Brian Ferris, I'll tell you one thing, San Antonio, pretty daggone tough in their sheep show down here. Holy smokers. So, Brian, longtime friend of mine in our committee over here. Let's give Brian a good hand. His dad, Preston, those are great people, and you're very fortunate to have him. We started out in a bang, and I think what I like to do, if we're able to, and we were able to yesterday in the Downers show, pick one that fits me. And I told her I think he looks even better today. A good day's rest has even helped him. I like his design, his build. He's so good in his lines, and again, just kind of puts it all together in a really, really good-looking package. Sound, I like that. Again, just got us off to a great start. I got through the fine wools, and again, I told you yesterday, it's kind of like going to the dentist. You don't want to go. When you get there and you find out that you don't have any cavities, then it's kind of fun, right? And in that fine wool class, and again, I told that young lady that had that good lightweight, that was one heck of a good sheep. We have these two heavyweights that are just a little more power to them, and I felt really good about that. Then the fine wool crosses come in. That thing's a beast, and he's still a beast out here. There's not one out here that's just cracked open in his top and is creased up in his top and as aggressive in his handle as he is. And again, he's one of those that's just really out there on the edge. And I commented yesterday, I'll comment on again today, he's still very, very flexible to have that kind of just raw muscle power tied into him. Really nice. Great Dorpers. That was fun. And again, we don't see a lot of these up there in Kansas, but the ones that I've been able to kind of walk through down here in this state, they're fun to look at. We talked about that Dorper show, how, in my opinion, most of them have plenty of muscle to them, and really it's all about design for me, and we're able to pick those two. And then we had just an awesome day today, and I think two really stellar champions down there on the end to represent our medium bulls. So anyway, that's just kind of a quick deal. Again, it's been such a pleasure to work with your young people. I hope these young people, just like I said earlier, continue to chase their dreams and really hope what happens someday once they get to that point. And that's the one thing that I found out about coaching. When I was coaching, I didn't really pay attention to it as much as I do now, but I had the opportunity to work with great people. In fact, today, a lot of those kids are leaders in our industry. And when I was coaching them, I didn't realize how important they were going to be someday and what they were going to, the kind of impact they were going to have on agriculture. Now, 20 years later, I find out there's some big heavy hitters that I had the opportunity to work with. And we've had heavy hitters in here today. These kids are going to be the ones that we're going to rely on here in the future. So keep leading them in the right direction, keep supporting them, and keep giving them everything they deserve, because we need people like this to help get this country put back on its feet. Again, congratulations. Again, there's just one that I just think he takes it to the next level. So let's give them all a nice hand. We're going to go out and select that champion here in just a second.
Your champion market lamb of the 2024 San Antonio Livestock Expo is Miss Dally Job. Reserve champion goes to Carson Schaefer. Congratulations.